Alright. Welcome back to RPG Quest, and we are back. The game number 359, which is Golden Sun, The Lost Age, on the GBA. How's it going, everybody? Zerodine, hello. John. Eldash, Baines, hello. Here comes the Titus. Good old Titus. How's it going, everybody? Welcome back. Welcome back to some more gin hunting. Gotta find all the gin. So far, I only found 2 in the overworld. I mean, it's a big world, but I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully we can find more. Alright. What the hell did I open 2 copies? What the fuck? 1 second. For some reason I opened up like I opened up 2 different versions of the emulator here. Alright. Capture please, thank you. Some weird echo there, that was weird. I don't know, like, looking at the map, it feels like I'd be lucky if we even hit a quarter of the map so far. There's definitely, like, it's definitely a large map. I don't remember how big the first game was, but this one definitely feels a lot bigger, so... Like, I'll show you what we've discovered so far on the map. Let's continue. This one here. So looking at the map, so far, full-size map here, yeah. So basically so far we've explored this chunk of the map. There's still like this half here, which I don't even know if we even have access to. Like looking at the map, I don't know if there's a path there. Like I don't see a way of getting to this half here from where we are. Like everything's just surrounded by mountains, so I'm thinking maybe we'll eventually get the boat, I'm sure, because if we have to go here next, like we have to go chase piers. So the next area we need to go story-wise is like over here, which also seems like it's blocked off by this river thing here. So we have probably have this chunk here, and potentially at that point maybe we'll unlock the ship. So it's hard to tell. It definitely feels like it's gonna be long. I mean, you even have this Antarctica area here, which looks like it's detailed enough to actually be something where we can traverse. And of course, all these little spots over here, another couple big ass continents. Like this is gonna be a long game. All right, so yeah, so we just picked up the ability to reveal now. We definitely need to revisit a lot of places. I mean, let's go back to Garo for one thing. There's definitely a couple places there. Kasla, we had like that kid mentioning his stash in the back. I'm wondering if Reveal will help us with that. Is there one in the empty desert? Don't think so. That's my notepad. Yeah, there was nothing obvious in the empty desert. Alhafra... In the caverns of Alhafra there was, so I'll have to go visit there anyways. Madra... There's a lot of places anyways. So it's gonna be a lot of running around. Every time we get a new ability, like, you have to run around and basically try it everywhere to get some more gin and potentially other stuff. So let's go back. Get up the town, go see the werewolves. I think the only major like field use ability we have left is Frost, which is my manual here, which is once we pick up piers, I mean we'll have that. So there's Derby Acrobat. So let's see, move we have, retreat we have, mind read, whirlwind, growth, tremor, lash, pound, reveal, scoop, frost. Yeah, so frost is really the only one that we haven't picked up yet. So once we get that, we're probably going to have to revisit everywhere again, because there's a lot of puddles that we'll need to like activate, I guess. But it doesn't follow you. It'd be nice to... There's that spot where the moon was up here. There's also the spot where that wolf dude came out of the cave. That's definitely a reveal spot there. I think there's also a cave in here that that had like one of those weird kind of hexagonal shaped platform things, which uses reveal. Okay, there's nothing in the moon. I don't know how I'm supposed to get to this chest. I was thinking maybe the moon would... Oops. It feels like maybe I could come from down here, but I mean there's no way up here. There's no way up here either. That doesn't help me. So, yeah, I don't know how I'm supposed to get to that chest. Maybe we can freeze this and then once we get frost and walk across it or something? I don't know. It's like a path down here, so it's like we need to get up here somehow. Oh, there was, yeah, there was some stairs here, wasn't there? Yeah, some stairs there. Maybe reveal lets us access that. So let's see. Yeah, right here. Probably not a gin, but, you know, I'll take whatever chest I can get. Hypno sword. Sounds cool. Light blade unleashes moon air. So she can use it. He's already got a pretty strong weapon. Man, it's inventory. Inventory just gets too freaking full. That's the problem in this game. It's like so much stuff. My oh my, what happened? Don't know what to do with this this laughing fungus I found. Can't use it on the people. Gotta pick all those chests. How about it stays night perpetually here? No matter how long you sleep, it's just nighttime. Alright, so there's also that Wolfman over here. I don't know if there's anywhere else to use. I don't know if all the reveal stuff is obvious, like that hexagonal pattern thing. What outsider's here? I guess one's obvious because he uses it. Ow! Woo! Ow! 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 So, look, it's a werewolf. He was right there. Let's go find him, Felix. Yeah, how is he a werewolf, by the way? Seems like the people indoors are fine. People outside have to wear the robes. As long as they don't, like, have direct access to the moonlight, they don't turn into wolves. How come this guy's still a werewolf indoors? This doesn't make sense. Really hope they don't hide, like, invisible passages, like, not obvious invisible passages with reveal, so you just have to, like, spam reveal wherever you go. I really hope they don't do that. Felix, wait. Where could that werewolf have gone? Where indeed? You think we lost him somewhere? Yep, totally did. That would be a shame. What was that? It sounded like a wolf growling, didn't it? My hearing is not so very good, but there was something. Perhaps we should search the area more thoroughly. There is no need. Look, he's using psi energy. Garoo! Fear not, this child is harmless. He does look kind of small. Grr. Tell me, who are you? How did you come to be here? I should like to ask you the same question. Could it be? Do you outsiders possess the power to reveal the unseen? No. We just lucked out. Impossible. Without reveal, you could not have entered this cave. Grow. Yes, you are correct. You must have passed the challenge of Air's Rock. How come that kid doesn't talk like you? When we become werewolves, speaking the human tongue becomes more difficult. But you can. You must be someone special then. He's also, like, really old. Special? Perhaps. Why don't you just call me Maha? So I assume you can use Whirlwind. If you learned Reveal in Air's Rock, you must also know Whirlwind. No, I know nothing. I don't think we need to hide the fact that we're adepts from Maha. Awoo! What did he say? I don't understand. I want to know what an adept does. A question I would like answered as well. Adepts have the power of elemental energies to generate forces like whirlwind. Elementals? You mean the four elements, the power of earth and fire, water, and wind? That is correct. These elements together comprise everything in our world. Interesting. Very interesting. Woo. Yeah, it'll be a long time before we get to Persona. Unless it shows up with the fast forward. I can see Persona winning instantly if it shows up in the fast forward, though. What did he say this time? Yes, if there were no longer any need to hide from you. Why did he have to hide in here in the first place? No doubt. Most would find the sight of a werewolf rather unnerving. You are sadly correct. Many consider ours an accursed race. And if they found you in your werewolf form, once our people were burned at the stake as abominations. They call this purification. Horrible. But this little one, he won't get excited and try to bite, will he? Child, return to your home. Aru? Don't worry, we can trust them. Go back home for now. Aru? They are adepts, not like us werewolves. They guard an ancient secret. We can trust them. They will not betray us to the world. Woof. Hey, it's me. Mirror and Luigi, the girl's typing sound effects sounds like the character Starlo. I wonder if, well, I mean, considering, you know, considering that Camelot was in kind of Nintendo's wheel well for a while at this point, or after this point, I should say. I'm sure they might have borrowed some of those sound effects from them. It's grown quite late. I am. Why don't you go to the inn and rest? But then, I will not leave this place. You aren't going home? When I learned Reveal, I lost my human form. The wild is my home now. So, Master Maha, you always look this way? And the little one... The child changed because he looked directly at the full moon. That's why tomorrow morning he will have returned to his human form again? Correct. Now let us retire. I want to go see what's inside that thing. Felix and party stayed the night at the inn. Felix didn't sleep much last night. You don't look like you got any rest at all. Master Maha told us all about you. Don't worry about the bill. It's on us. Oh man, I can't afford 24 gold. Farewell, friends. Maybe we should try to... We should stay and try climbing Ayers Rock one more time. Those wolves were really noisy last night, too. Scared of wolves, so I don't go out at night. If I use a lever, I could probably make that rock spin. But still, I don't get what the point of it is. I came along and said the nicest things about you all. He said that if they were werewolves, he'd want them to take his place. It must have made quite an impression on Maha for him to say that. I've heard stories about other places like Ayers Rock. If they can handle Ayers Rock, they could probably handle those too. It's daytime. Last night when you saw me, I was wearing a hood. I guess I won't have to do that anymore. But we'd never be able to talk to outsiders about our secret. I feel so free. Good, the furries feel free. How could these outsiders have learned Reveal? These guys must be pretty unusual. Tell from Master Maha, you guys are special too. We don't have to hide our secret from you any longer. Oh yeah, the weapon shop should be open now. Hooray, let's see what they can sell us. Any goodies? Safety boots. Raise defense, lower speed. That's a big chunk of agility loss for a little bit of extra defense. Not worth it. Alright, what do we got? Adept's clothes. Boost PP. For her. And where are we going to find where these game tickets go? I'm going to have like 99 by the time I find it. A wooden cap. Spur stuff. This one sells for money, which I don't know if there's like... I'm assuming quest items could still sell for money. Because you could buy them back again, right? So... we gotta find and see if this is useful anywhere. I mean, technically at this point we weren't supposed to get this. Like I kind of went a little further than I should have gone. There was another mushroom there too, but that one we needed frozen. Hey, Noodle. Weird question. Suppose the PS4 Icewind Dale year Neverwinter Eats before showed up on Fast Forward. No. I would keep them separate. Kind of Bioware progression, yeah, but I mean they're still. I find they're different franchises and stuff like that. Like, you know, a great example would be what the hell's the name of it? What's that one made by the Yakuza team there? Kind of bug me now. I forget the name of it. Actually, I think it's right here. Yeah, Fist of the North Star. Like Fist of the North Star, for example, on PS4, right? I mean, that's obviously, that's like, it's basically a Yakuza game, but not under the Yakuza name. And obviously it's more modern than some earlier Yakuza games, so if that one showed up with Fast Forward, well, I wouldn't replace it with Yakuza, because it has a different franchise. Same thing with, like, Judgment, for example. Judgment, even though it's kind of like, you know, a more modern version of the Yakuza games, it's still a separate franchise, so Oh yeah, for sure, but I mean, I feel they're different enough, even though they're just they're kind of basically using the same engine, the same kind of like style. I'm still not sure what I'm gonna do with stuff like compilations. Like if I do end up rolling a compilation like that, where there's like 2 games in one, would I play both games? I don't know. Food porn time. Still deciding on that part. I might like play like 1 game and then I don't know. It's messy but looks delicious. Kebab. Thanks for the host. Yeah, I mean, I think I haven't had like a compilation thing win Fast Forward yet. There's not really that many compilations per se. Unless, of course, there are compilations of games that are already released. Like those are some of the only ones that are really like the only time those games have appeared in consoles, at least in physical form. So it's like, do I play both games of that compilation? Do I play 1 game? I'm still deciding on that, alright? Well, when I played Final Fantasy, like Final Fantasy 4 and Chrono Trigger, there's a 4 or Chrono Trigger and 6, I forget which ones. I skipped that one completely because they're basically the same game as the SNES one. It's like some slight differences, unlike Final Fantasy Origins, which is a pretty significant change from the originals. So those I skipped. Oops. But for Final Fantasy V, Final Fantasy Anthology or Chronicles, I forget which one it is. I played the Final Fantasy V one, but I didn't play the other Final Fantasy on there. It's Final Fantasy Origins. I mean, at this point, I've finished the PS1, right? So the Anthology or whatever the hell Chronicles, I keep forgetting which one's which. That one it's still sealed actually. Final Fantasy Chronicles, yeah. Final Fantasy Chronicles is 4 and Chrono Trigger. Both of those had already been played. The only thing they really added in those games were like FMVs. I didn't feel it was worth replaying those games for like some new FMVs and really nothing else. So yeah, so those won't show up in the fast forward, of course, because they're already done technically. Like the only other collection I can think of is stuff. Well, no, there's a couple other ones. There's like on the Switch. There's the Kemco Omnibus, for example. That was like 4 Kemco games. I think there's a couple of like 2-in-1 games. I forget the names, but there's definitely a couple games where you get like 2 games in one. So those ones, I don't know. If I get to those with fast forward, I'll probably just play 1 game out of those, unless I reach it naturally, which, I mean, those are usually like very, very far in the future, right? If I reach them naturally, in that case, I'll probably like I'll play 1 and play the other half like later on. But if it comes out with fast forward, yeah, very likely I'll just play 1 game of the collection and kind of put it back into the queue for fast forward so it can show up again and reset the votes kind of thing. I think that'd be fair for games for compilations like that, I think. Not that there's many, mind you, but it's expensive Sight Crystal. As a kid, you returned the PS1 version of Chrono Trigger 3 times. Got a lot of times for battles due to bad discs. See, I've never played the PS1 Chrono Trigger. I mean, I guess for stuff like Final Fantasy games where you have a transition thing, it's not as obvious, I guess, for the load times, but something like Chrono Trigger where the encounters basically happen naturally, like there's no load times, there's no, like, transition, I should say, then yeah, that would, I can see that being a lot more, obvious, I guess. Because, like, all the other Final Fantasies I've played so far, like all the older Final Fantasies I played, it wasn't obvious. It wasn't like noticeable, like the Final Fantasy Origins. Like the encounter, whenever you had encounters, there was definitely a load time, but it wasn't super obvious because of the transitions, right? So they kind of masked it pretty well. Is anything good? Really? You would think that like the fact they wouldn't sell you any stuff when you first came here. They would have like good stuff, and they don't. So it's just the old stuff I sold them. When you change form, it's best to be unclothed. But when you're a human, armor always comes in handy. Great. Maha says that when we're wolves, we don't need to wear armor. He says our instincts will protect us. These guys are real furries. They just go completely naked and wear their fursonas. What do you think? I bet these weapons will suit you better than any fangs would. Or the tooth and claw myself, but whatever. Everyone is amazed that you learned to reveal the air's rock. If you have some time, could you teach it to our children? Well, thank goodness, everything worked out, and my husband's not mad. My brother should have gotten in trouble, but they barely even got mad at him. And Dad said he was really going to tan his hide this time, too. Now everyone's treating him like he did some amazingly good deed. Hey, it's you. Thanks for looking out for our son last night. But I'm curious, did you believe in werewolves before you came here? Oops. The younger the werewolf, the less control he has over his wolf form. These travelers must have been very brave to follow him. Oh, she already had the ability of selling us stuff, so... No rarities. Oops. I heard that the one across the Eastern Sea is really pretty, too. That one that's across the Eastern Sea? I heard that one. Which one? It's got water spilling down the sides of huge torrents. Sounds lovely. Some sort of waterfall? There's stories about other mountains like our own Ayers Rock. Like on this island that lies across the Eastern Sea, far from Messenia. Okay, so another Ayers Rock-like area. Is there something special? An adept or something like that? Does that mean you can turn into a wolf or something like us? Oops. Did Maha mean that they could change forms like we can? And then reveal Ayers Rock and live to tell the tale. So that must mean you can use Whirlwind. So these people can use both Reveal and Whirlwind. Must be powerful, like Master Maha is. She can't believe that someone outside the village learned Reveal. Normally outsiders never get to see Maha, but these people, they can see him whenever they want. I mean, I guess if you're comparing, like, side to side, it'd be obvious. So let's say if you play them, you know, many, many years after the fact, it might not be as, like, prevalent, I guess. But yeah, if you, like, let's say you turn on your SNES, you play the game, you switch over to the PS1, and you play, you're like, what the fuck? Why is this so long? There are other rare creatures in Messenia, in a few places. People can turn to other things other than wolves. I'd love to meet other were creatures someday. Turn to werebears. Hey, it's you guys. Thanks for last night. Oh yeah, that's right. You probably don't recognize me in my human form. I was in the cave with Maha. I was that little werewolf. I'm the reason you can stay in our village and we don't have to wear hoods. Dad told me I put the whole village at risk. He was really mad. He said the whole thing was just dumb luck, but why would luck be dumb? Stupid kid. Alright, let's go see what's in that pillar. This way. Ah, you came. Oh, he like bangs his head on that entrance as well every time. I've been waiting for you. Would you mind telling me a little bit more about the werewolves? You want to know the reason we possess the power to transform into beasts? Ah, well, actually, yes. Do you find it strange that we can change our shapes? Well, yes. But surely changing one's shape is not really all that unusual. What are you getting at? Think about the caterpillar for a moment. When the time is right, does it not transform into a beautiful butterfly? If it doesn't transform back into a caterpillar afterwards. Well, yes, it's only natural. And the pale bug and the hedgehog, do they not change their shapes to protect themselves? I've heard of these creatures, yes. They don't change their shapes, they curl up. And many amphibians possess the power to change color at will, correct? In the light of all this, you mean to tell me that you find werewolves so abnormal? Yes, we do. Well, to be honest, I hadn't thought of it that way before. Perhaps you simply did not give it enough thought. How insulting. I, sir, am a scientist. Indeed, a scientist. That is impressive. I spent a great deal of time thinking about werewolves. For a time, I even felt cursed to have been born a werewolf. But after taking a more objective look at nature, I realized that weaker species have survived by evolving, by transforming. Don't you agree? He's a Pokemon. Think about it for a moment. Without changing their bodies with weapons and armor, humans would be very weak creatures indeed. I believe that evolving into werewolves is just one way for humanity to survive. But that's... Of course, there's no way I can prove this theory. But I felt our ability to use Whirlwind was an evidence of this. Whirlwind? Why? I thought that the people of Garo would... that only people of Garo would use Whirlwind. It was a gift known only to werewolves, to Garo's pack. I'm the only... a chosen few could use Reveal. And now I found that you, too, can use these. What does it all mean? Why are you able to use Whirlwind, and what is an Adept? Hey, Solid Snack. Master Maha, do you know that a continent called Angara? It lies farther north in the Eastern Sea. Angara? In the middle of Angara, there's a peak called Mount Aleph. Mount Aleph? Then it's true. The legends say that the peak has stood since the world began. If Mount Aleph does exist, then perhaps our legends are true. Does exist. These two hail from the village at the base of Mount Aleph, a village called Vale. They come from Mount Aleph. Incredible! And they are both adepts, and while their powers may vary, everyone from Vale is an adept to a certain degree. Then does that not make them like us in Garo? No, they're not as furry. In Vale, the myths say that Mount Aleph gave birth to the Adepts. This is not what the legends of Garo tell us. As a people, they are quite gifted, but it goes far beyond that. The mythical stones on Mount Aleph, the Psy-Energy stones, are closely linked to the powers of the townsfolk. Psy-Energy stones, you say? If there are similar stones in Garo, it might explain their powers as well. And what Matter stones are these Psy-Energy stones? You've seen them, Maha. The shining stones at the heart of Air's Rock. I know the stone you speak of, but... Air's Rock is quite far from Garo. I still think golf every time you see this. It's kind of hard not to nowadays, right? Good old Camelot, the golfing game company. I don't see how it could affect the people here. I wonder, could it be the wind? Nah. I guess I couldn't have expected you to understand, Felix. There were strong winds blowing from within Air's Rock. Those winds would carry far. Carry? Carry what? Ugh, you're so dense. The power of the Psy-Energy stones. Yeah, for a scientist, he's pretty stupid. How is that possible? How could the stone's power be carried on the wind? So it is obviously midichlorians, I mean, come on. Do not belittle the power of the wind. Given time, the wind can grind great mountains down to sand. I mean, the wind at Air's Rock is strong enough to blow us off the ground. So why couldn't the wind carry particles of stone all the way to Garo? She's She's right. These particles from the synergy stone must be charged with its power. This explains why your synergy is weaker than that of the Vale's people. Even exposed to smaller particles. The wind patterns might also affect who among us in Garo can use whirlwind. Of course, this is all mere conjecture, but it does offer us some clues. Thank you, Sheba. I'm pleased to meet you. Oh, haven't we given you our names, Master Maha? I am Kraden. This is Jenna. And Felix. You must permit me to thank you for all you've done. No, please. We don't need any thanks. Just money. Give me all the money. That's too bad. I was going to give you this. Ooh, I'll take it. We have to beat it up. It's a genie. A genie? Is that what you call them? I was going to keep it for dinner. When he is with you, he adds to your power. He is very helpful. I suppose you'll be continuing your journey now. Sure. So you intend to travel by sea. That is a long journey. In that case, I think you will get more use of this genie than I will. Hooray! Sheba found the Jupiter Genie Ether. Another genie. Talk about lucky. This is a great gift. We are quite thankful. You don't need to thank me. Just take care on your travels. Good luck with the werewolf thing, Maha. Good luck with the werewolf thing. Well, Felix, we must be going now. So far we got... It's our first third one. So I'm still missing that second fire one, but that's probably that's the one in that other village, but I probably need to do something for those old folks. Nothing in my inventory currently can do anything because they don't react to anything. It's like that kid with the bread there reacted like I didn't have to... Well, I think I had to use it on him, but it was like the game made me use it on him, kind of thing. So we're potentially missing one earth and one water. I found an earth one and a water one in the wild. I haven't found a fire one. There's potentially a fire one maybe in the wild. Like maybe that one in the village is like number 4, for example, right? Well, there's potentially a fire one I might have missed somewhere in the wild. Hard to tell. Bind, Tremor, Mind Greed, Plasma. Get some more HP, PP, some agility, some luck. Take care of your travels, Felix. Nothing. What, was he just like sleeping in this friggin' empty room? Just like hangs out here and does nothing. It's a shitty ass room. I wish that I were free to travel the world like Felix and his friends. This is like emergency bunker. Alright, let's go back. Just try all the dead ends on the way back, just in case. Convoluted way of getting down. Why can't they just give you like a quick way down? Alright. Yeah, so we found one of the dudes over here. I mean, we found one of the dudes over here, so there's a potential of like maybe another one around here somewhere. Before we go back, I want to make sure there's no... I mean, it doesn't look like there's any paths that could take us further this way. It definitely feels like it's an impassable terrain. I think this will be the only place that looks like we can even go this way from. This is all solid mountains, so yeah. Definitely no way of getting from, you know, from here to here. Alright, let's go back here, then we gotta go to Al-Hafra with Reveal. And we'll go back this way and head back towards Chase Piers. I really wish there was like something in between this and this in terms of zoom out. Like, let me zoom in a little bit more. So as a kid was mentioning, like... Explorer, yes. Yeah, like exploring out behind the house, my secret place. I mean, this could be behind the house, this could be checked around here. Yeah, maybe the ground here. Just a scratch and dig. Oh, there we go. Found a secret stash. I think the kid dug out a hell of a, of a stash anyways. No. Ooh. Wait, is this the second one then? Maybe the other one we saw in the other village is considered like another one, like a further one? Huh. Let's see if this one if this one shows up with the fourth. Shows up with the second. I hope it shows up with the second. You don't have to fight it. Spark. Okay, that was the second one. Nice. So the one that we saw in the other village must be number 4, which means we definitely don't have what we need to get him yet. Because otherwise, like, I thought it was the second because we spotted him a while ago. So potentially we're okay so far. It depends if we have to... which ones we find next. How do we get to that chest? A weird flower pattern behind the chest. Looks like something where you would normally push like a rock. Like the limits of where you can push a rock. And maybe if I find the path to that chest, I would have seen that... the Jinn. Hey, Lana Ray. It's going well. Playing tons of Jinn. Probably this way. It's so hard to spot when you can, like, jump sometimes. Okay, well, totally looks like I should be able to jump here or something. Wait. Is it down here? Oh, come on. See, that's the problem sometimes with isometric. Like, it's hard to tell what level this cliff face is compared. I guess I can compare it here. I guess the same height as this thing. So yeah, if I came up this way to get the chest here, I would have spotted the Jinn, but... 82 coins. Woo. Alright, so who do we give that Jinn to? Raise her HP and PP. We need to get Piers to give him all these water ones. Alright, so at least it feels like we're less likely to have missed some Jinn. And we're still missing, like, obviously another water, another earth one to kind of tie up the list there, but... Alright, so we need to go back over here with Reveal. Oops. It's a dead end. Wrong way. This thing needs fast travel. I mean, I guess they want you to, like, explore on foot so you're more likely to run into a Jinn on the way or something. The world is kind of big. This way. So, like, this place here definitely feels like a place they would be hiding a Jinn, but I checked, like, every nook and cranny with, like, a lot of different encounters here and didn't see any Jinn, so... I thought maybe the fire Jinn that we missed, but, I mean, clearly we didn't miss one now. So... could be an earth one in there. Which is very... well, no, it's probably not very likely, because we did find an earth one here. So I doubt they would put two earth ones close to each other. Could be a water one, though. No, because the other one was a water one. Yeah, the two that I found in the wild so far were an earth and water. Both of which are actually the lower of the three, or the four that we're missing. We already have, like, 3 fire and 3 air. Gotta burn everything. Did we create a shortcut? Probably not, right? Gotta walk all the way around now. Sometimes they give you shortcuts, and sometimes they don't. So you just gotta walk all the way around again. We have to pull out pound again. I'd love to have auto-target in this. It's one quality of life thing that would have been nice to have. Level 17. My other team is level 30, so I feel like probably around the point when we hit level 30 with this team is probably when they're going to start meeting up. That'd be the most logical, because that was the cap, I think, for the last game. Like, you couldn't go past level 30, maybe. Where do we go? This way. No. Wait, how do we get back? Did I just take a really long-ass path for nothing? What's going on? Give me a second, gotta restart my laptop. Laptop's being antsy. Alright. We'll chat on my phone in the meantime. How the hell did I get back out of here? Run away! What? You failed to run from these things? Really? How's that even a thing? Sephiroth Disease Yak with a 52 months. Awesome support. Thank you so much for the 52 months, Disease Yak. How is it going? You've been having a good hump day. Could love Wednesdays. Yes, definitely getting close. Oh, what's going on? 1 second. Laptop being stupid. Here. short week this week and then a 5-day weekend. Nice. It's a nice long weekend. Oops. Love a 5-day weekend. I need to take a vacation. I got like 2 weeks I need to take. I need to just like plan out a week just to get some R&R in. I really wish there was like a context-sensitive ability system, so you wouldn't have to like constantly manually choose things or just choose 2 different abilities to use. Because you have to constantly like switch between pound and move and reveal and mind read and ugh. Yeah, that's always the problem. Like, I always get towards the end and it's like, oh, you gotta take vacation now. And it's like, fuck. The problem, I think we should be getting kind of okay with guys for work, because the biggest problem right now is that we've been like short on guys, and it's been kind of hard to take any sort of vacations just to help out with work and stuff. One guy who's on sick leave should be coming back very shortly. We have a new guy who's like training right now, so I'll plan some out. Not really to go anywhere, just to get some stuff done. Get some rest in. Okay, how the hell did I... Why am I so lost? How do I get out of here? How did I get here last time? Oh yeah, there was a scoop area here, wasn't there? Yeah, right here. Dumbass. Couldn't remember how to get back to the damn Lhafra area. Gnome. Can you just give us like a quick way back to Lhafra without having to go through this section every frickin' time? No. This game really loves this backtracking. Gotta pad out the game length because the game is not short enough as it is. You should only have made this trip back once I have the Frost ability. Although I don't remember if I needed to use Frost in Lhafra. There's my notepad here. Starting Tower, ship, airy rock. Didn't write down anything in Lhafra that required it, but... There's also this mast that we can fix because there's a big ass rock in the way. Alright. Hyper Caverns. Put a question mark, so I don't know if I actually needed it, but it was down over here, right? I was gonna say, this thing has the shape of, like, the reveal stuff. So, I guess whenever you see these kind of hexagonal shapes is where you want to use reveal. Yeah, this one had like chests like I couldn't figure out a way to get to, and had this just empty area here. Because that doesn't help me. How do I get to those chests? You afraid to replay? I don't know, they're pretty good. I'm sure they're gonna live up to nostalgia for sure. There's definitely some grindy parts. I mean, there's a lot of clear padding in the game, but other than that, I mean, it's still a fantastic game. It's one of those series that they definitely need to not necessarily remaster, but at least like re-release in some form. You know, like maybe not 3, because 3 isn't highly regarded, but they could bring out, you know, Golden Sun 1 and 2 on Switch or something, and I'm sure people would pick it up. How do I get to those chests? Can't do anything with this, not that it would do anything. Can get into it. Yeah. Well, one of the things that annoys me is the, especially from coming shortly after a game that had the option of turning it on and off, is the auto-targeting thing. So if, let's say you have 3 characters attacking one enemy, and then the second character kills it, the third character just whiffs. They just don't do anything. So that's kind of annoying. But the combat's nice and fast for the most part, and the encounter rate is relatively low, which is great. Okay, well, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here, so as far as I can tell, I can't get to those chests. The reveal isn't revealing anything new. I tried all my other abilities when I came here, so Unless we somehow need frost. I mean, maybe once we... I mean, we'll have to come back here for the ship at some point, right? So... You juggle. I guess we got one thing out of the reveal. Got that crystal thing. So definitely I gotta keep a lookout on any of these hexagonal shapes. Like, clearly the platforms are reveal things, but just other ones like that definitely have some stuff. Alright. There's no point going over here, and I've already checked this place for potential Jinn. There's another place that looks like it kind of screams Jinn location, considering it's a long path to a dead end. Time for some more backtracking. Hooray! There's another quality of life thing they could add. Lower the amount of backtracking. And we're sure eventually we'll get like some sort of fast travel, whether it's a ship or airship or something, but until then... Alright. So Matter Catacombs. Oh yeah, there was a spot with a door that we need to reveal. How do we not kill this thing, by the way? It's been guarding. Hopper Caverns, that's not needed. There's Rock Dungeons we did. Alright. Nothing down there. Uh-oh, you coming through? Sure. We're sealing up the hole right now, so you can't go through this way. We're trying to get to Madra. Why don't you head around the main entrance? But the treasure... Go this way at least. Alright, so this place we had to use reveal. button. Alright. How do we get up there? We need frost, aren't we? To do anything else in this dungeon. Oops. Door won't budge. Must be locked. Okay, it's bringing me up to here, so it means there's a key we need, which I don't have. Unless this laughing fungus is a key. No. Some sort of key. Mimic. Oh. Totally looked like a mimic. There you go, Grimmer. Golden sun time is summer's almost over. I don't know. Still pretty damn warm here. Well, no. Summer's on till September 21st. Still in the middle of the summer. Obviously it gets cooler in September, but you know. It's not over till it's over. I didn't even try opening that door normally, but... What is winter? The most wonderful time of the year. Yeah, I'm sure the trees are all confused too. Poor trees. I'm not a big fan of winter. The main upside of winter is that, you know, if you're cold, you can just bundle up more. If you're hot, there's only so much you can take off. And still be, you know, presentable. It's a large area just for one chest. We've already been here? Apparently. For one roll. Let's jump that little gap, because why not? On a mobile device, no less. It's got to download it from the servers. You have to load the jiggle physics engine. Takes a lot of data. Yeah, sometimes they let you go down to areas and it makes no sense why they would let you go down to. It's like a lot of dead-end paths that just go nowhere. We... no idea where I'm going here, like... It's the frost thing there, but that would do nothing, like... let me go in this little walkway and, like, not really go anywhere. So what's the point in doing everything I just did? The answer is there is no point. Was there a djinn here that we were chasing at some point? I mean, this almost feels like something that's designed for us to chase a djinn around. Still that chest there. Tornado. A million polygons, exactly. Yeah, so there's just this one here, which has that door over there, so we need to figure out how to get to that top door. Looks like we have to go outside that door there. How do we get to that door? Can't go up these stairs. Hmm. It's a really weird dead end, too. Tornado. How did I get to that chest last time? The other one. Oh, maybe I have to go through this door here that we don't have a key for. That's probably what leads us to that other chest at some point. Until we can find a key. Write that down. We need a key. There was a, no, it was in Al Hafra jail, I think. There was a key. Like one sitting on the table. I couldn't do anything with it, but... I definitely don't have any sort of key, so unless we have to use a shaman's rod or something. No. No, probably can't do anything until we get that key. Oh, actually, yeah, no. We wouldn't need the key. I just realized that's what that water pillar is for. It would let us jump on top. Well, we probably need a key at some point too, but we definitely need freeze here too. So we can make that water pillar and we can jump up on top of this corner right here. You can get the chest that way and whatever's inside that door, which might be the key that we need. Either way, can't do that until we get Frost, so... Still can't do anything with these old folks here, can I? I thought this was like I thought this was the second one on the list of the fire dudes, and clearly it isn't, so... The game is basically telling us that it is a later one to get, so we... There was that, So we probably maybe we need to come back with peers, or we need to just find something and give these guys. Kind of like with bread. Alright. Can I read his mind, actually? No, it's too far. I don't think I can even read the minds of those things. You mean you need to give him to make him fast? Something to make him fast? I don't know. Fountain of Youth, maybe? I don't know. Alright. Onwards. Is Kimbombo guys still here? They are not. A lot of wild gorillas. Ow. That's rude. Game keeps giving us shit. Stop giving me shit, game. I don't have enough room for all this shit. I still need to get that mushroom there, but I'm pretty sure I can't get that one without frost. Is this where I need to go? Murdering werewolves here. A rope is across now. Maybe like Seal is Syringy. I guess that doesn't prevent him from using special attacks. Alright, new area. Of course, every time we need to go back, we're going to have to go through that whole spiel again. Although I guess once we get freeze, we'll have a quicker way back. Alright, new area means potentially new Jinn on the field. I mean, this would be a logical place here unless this is where we need to go, because it's kind of out of the way. We can even go there. It looks like we might be able to go up here and then down. A lot of dudes. Anybody down here? When you want encounter, you never find them. When you don't want them, well, this one at least encounters are sane, but come on. Oh. I saw like one dude is like, oh, it's a dude. No. Wishful thinking. I mean, logically over here would be a really good spot unless there's an actual town around here. And doesn't seem like it, so that's a potential place for one to hide. It's kind of out of the way. Ow. Bone fire. There's a town over there, but let's go explore first. It's like a boiling pot of games, yeah. Lots of different ones. Jenna is so slow. Probably because I have that stupid whip on her or something. Oh yeah. It's like watching paint dry. As soon as you look away, it's like boom, it happens. It's like, no! Thinking of this little beach? No. Mole. It's a new one. Oh. Fire Breath does a lot of fucking damage, especially to Felix. Oops. Magical Knight, Ray Earth. Tornado. Of course I dodges. Well, it's not space if you can breathe in it. It's called air. In air, nobody can hear you scream, except everybody can, because it's air. No new abilities? Boo. This one seems like a dead end, which means a very good promising place to find a Djinn. Hooray! Another water one. That means we're still down an earth one. Of course he runs away, but at least we know where he is. Heal up in case he murders us during the next encounter. Preemptive strike. What was the... remember the requirement for the that second thing we had? I think it was like 2 airs. Flora. I think I need 1 earth and 2 airs. Prockney. Probably summon like Prockney or Tiamat or whatever now. Hey, Mr. J. It's going well. Nice. Find another wild Ginny, which is always good. It's kind of an obvious place, though, like in the middle of nowhere. Kind of a dead end in the middle of nowhere. It was the most likely place to find a Ginny. This, oops. So let's see, what number was that one? Wait, what? What the hell? There's no way I missed 2 water ones. Unless... What's his face? Piers. Piers might come with some, because he's a water-type dude, right? So there's a good chance he might actually come preloaded with some of these. That would make sense. It still feels like we're really behind for Earth, though. So that's 2 water ones we found in the wild. We found 1 earth one in the wild. I haven't seen any fire or air ones in the wild, but we've also got a bunch of those, like, with regular encounters, so... Alright, so the town was over here. What was the next area? It doesn't seem like we have access to much else beyond this town. There's like pretty much a dead end, everything else here, unless there's a bridge that doesn't show up on the map. Let's see what's over here. Tiamat. Big boy. I'd be really surprised if there's another wild Djinn this close to another one. Considering, you know, I've only found 2 other ones so far. You never know. Neptune. Incarnation of the Sea King. Big ass whale. Somehow killed this dude in the middle of a forest. I guess we were right next to the ocean. Ramses, guardian of an immortal pharaoh. Ramses' paunch. Kimbumbo Mountains. So Kimbumbo Mountains might take us to this next area. Although even past that, I mean, if let's say it takes us over here, it still looks like a dead end in terms of where we can progress from there. Nuri boy. Oops. Thorn Crown. Raises attack. Everybody could use it. Let's give it to... Sure, he has pretty high defense with their current hat. Give it to him. To Nuriboy. It's really hot out. You should relax a while. I can hardly stand the heat in Nuriboy. I've lived here my whole life. Can't imagine what travelers must think of it. Welcome, you have just the gear you need. No artifacts. I really wish I could sell this just to get it out of my inventory. My very limited freaking inventory. If I want my fortune told, I don't have my armor or weapons to show him. If we're only willing to look at my other items, I'm sure he'd get more business. You can see the future. Absolutely no one, except for a fortune teller. Just by looking at your items, you can see the path you're meant to follow. It's more of like, I don't know where to go next. Go see the fortune teller. It's been dangerous out ever since the day the gems fell from the sky. After that day, all local creatures suddenly grew more powerful and terrifying. It was the day the wind blew so hard and the dark clouds came from the north. That's when those strange gems fell from above. I should give these stupid elixirs to her because she keeps picking some more up and I have to keep constantly transferring over to, what's her face? Alright, what we got? The artifacts. Oh, got the Psi Energy Rod. Only says Psi Leech. And the Staff, Witch's Wand. No. Did we already have that? Must have. Must have been something we sold them. $122, $163. The Hypno Sword's pretty good anyways. Let's give her this here. Sure. It's an upgrade. Battle Mace 162 versus 164. Won't have a special attack, but... Silk robes. We'll lose the PP bonus thing, so might as well keep the for 2 defense, not really worth it. Iron shield, it's worse. Silver circlet, worse. I know, right? Maybe your mind read just filters that part out. You don't see his face every time he like reads it, he just blushes a little bit. You're burdened with many concerns. Take a weapon to the fortune teller. You can read your future by studying the weapons that you carry. Seems weird. I can look at any weapon and see the monster it faced, but I cannot read its future. You should visit the fortune teller where you're in our village. Looking at the items you possess, he can tell you what it is that troubles you. Whenever I get my fortune read, I offer up some armor. I think this may be why I find so many rare and valuable artifacts. Would I actually have to give the items to the fortune teller? Permanently? Kimbumbo went on an expedition to the east, but they've already returned. Do you know what kind of expedition it was? Sure. But they crossed over to Indra and attacked a town? Kimbumbo are reckless and dangerous people. Akafubu is almost certainly looking for jewels. I cannot understand why a witch doctor needs so many jewels. You don't plan on going to Kimbumbo, do you, mister? Sure. Well, yeah, you'll have to find a path to get through Kimbumbo Mountains to get there. Kimbumbo warriors keep a close watch on the pass. They won't let you through. To get to Kimbumbo, you need to cross over the Kimbumbo Mountains. I seem to recall my grandfather telling me about a way past the guards. But I don't recall what it was. The fortune teller lives in the highest house in Naribwe. It's the closest thing we have to a mayor. The fortune teller in Naribwe has quite a reputation. His predictions are so accurate. He's always done them for us alone, so I don't understand how he got so famous. $18 coins, haha. My money now. Yeah, it's like caveman music. It's tribal music. We're a small village, but if we all cooperate, we can get almost anything done. As long as we listen to the words of the fortune teller, we won't have any worries. See, no worries, Kuna Matata. When I climbed the Kimbumbo Mountains, I had to find a path Kimbumbo didn't know about. I remember when I found a path above the pass. Not even the Kimbumbo knew about it. I'm not even sure I could find the way to a higher pass anymore. Try and look at the jar, sir. Get out of the way. Move. Nope. Try and look at the... No. No. Let me look at the jar. Alright. Looks like somebody just took a dump. Unicorn ring. guess increase luck or something. Use to remove poison. I mean, it doesn't do anything well equipped, right? Doesn't seem to raise any stats, so... plan on going... On the far side of the river lies a huge mountain we call Magma Rock. It's a sacred place that the gods created long ago. Oops. Sometimes you can hear the explosions from across the river at Magma Rock. I wonder what's going on over there. Can you tell me where you have come from? No. Oh, won't you tell me? What are you trying to hide? Whereas passed through here earlier, said he came from an isle in the middle of the sea. Only a little bit of water down at the bottom of the well. As long as it gets around here, I bet the water evaporates fast. Anywhere I can do some good, it will serve without complaint. Although it would be nice if it were a little cooler here. I would not venture far north of here if I were you. It's awful to the north in the Ribway. It's hotter and the creatures are fierce. And worst of all, that's where the Kimbombo live. When Oeya was their witch doctor, and Kimbombo were much more peaceful. Akafubu took over when Oeya passed on. He's responsible for their warlike ways. I know, right? I'd like to buy a consonant. In all vowels there. Kimbombo magic was once widely respected. Now it is merely feared. That's the way of things since Oeya appointed Akafubu as his successor before dying. This game loves its confusing-ass names. My father is a fortune teller, not a witch doctor. There are a great many differences between him and Akafubu of Kimbombo. My father may not be a witch doctor, but he could easily defeat Akafubu. By painting our bodies, we bring about good luck. You should try it too. What? You're completely naked right now and you're just wearing body paint? This is a kid's game, lady. Body painting also protects us from the magic of the witch doctor, so I'm told. If you desire a reading, stand before the table. The items one carries are filled with one's hopes and desires. I can sense these desires, and I can see answers hidden within them. You can tell us about the mushroom. Until our fortunes, would you like to have a reading? Cost 20 coins here where the future holds. Will you pay? Sure. Very well. Show me one of your items. Yeah, maybe you'll tell us about this thing. Are you prepared? Sure. I shall begin my reading. Dance, man, dance. I see. Beyond the item before me, I see a path for you to follow. I see you inside a sacred icon. By listening to the voices, you will earn a precious item. He doesn't mention anything about the mushroom, but sacred icon. Listen to voices. Let's try something like, I don't know. Any of these other items? How about the shaman's rod that we can't sell? see. Found the weapon you said lies a terrible foe. Many enemies await you far beyond the mountains. If you move to strike them, you will meet with great disaster. Okay, that's pointless. Just like tell us random shit. If you give him a weapon, he'll just tell you that every time. What if I give him, like... Yeah, what about these game tickets? Maybe he'll tell us where the hell to use these. See path we need to follow. I see you inside a secret icon. Yeah, see the same thing that you said with the mushroom. So you definitely didn't say anything specific for the mushroom. So he just tells you like a random thing depending on... It's like a... Maybe if you place an item versus a weapon. What about armor? Garvia place form you, I sense the presence of the one you await. To the north, inside the sacred icon, is one you seeks await. So, going to some sacred icon somewhere in the north. That's basically what the game's telling us here. Alright, so much for this mushroom then. Keep it in my inventory. I'd love to sell it. I mean, it does sell. Which is... You think if it would be a quest item or something, I wouldn't be able to sell it, but... Stay at the inn. I feel like adventure, should head out west across the river. Oh wait, all the rain we've had lately, the river is probably too deep to cross. The river is probably very dangerous right now. It's filled with monsters when the rivers run high. Kraden is famous all across Gondwan. If you find you like it, come back soon. We change our menu every season. Oops. Our spices are a secret. Everyone loves spicy food, even if they regret it later. I'll thump the first person who tries to tell me otherwise. It's as good going out as it is going in. Yeah, probably, right? Why does the volume of the music never change if I go inside and out? There's no ovens here to check out the yummy food. $30 coins. Another example where the inn's getting more expensive. This little, like, backwater village. Charge you less than, like, a friggin' town where the inn is basically, like, the refuge for all the townsfolk that were, like, knocked out of their houses. But, hey, they still had room for you for, like, 20 bucks. Game logic. Gotta love it. Alright, let's get out of here. Is the way clear? This area is clear. The strange one has not been seen. And there? We have not seen this stranger near the village. Do you believe he was truly headed towards Kimbobo? The guards here were only recently knocked unconscious. Correct. They're under orders to maintain a strict watch over the mountain pass. No one must be permitted into Kimbombo until Kafubu has completed her ceremony. You had better hurry to find the ones who attacked their guards. Keep a good watch. Do not permit anyone to pass. If anyone interrupts Akafubu's ceremony, he will hold you responsible. Need frozen for that one. Guards, an intruder. Someone's trying to pass. To arms! Kibombo warriors, to arms! Here, the intruder is here. Kibombo does not permit visitors. Probably. Definitely sounds like something one Python would do. Let's follow this road right back to where he came from. Guard, get him out of here. Just like pushing down the stairs. Oh, then just reset everything too. Boo. Dirge. Jenna's a little too slow. You take off that whip so we can... Once we find piers, we can do that. This shitty-ass guard is like, this box was here 5 seconds ago, was it not? It totally was. Want to get the treasure. The fact that it resets everything is kind of a pain in the ass. Does it reset that shortcut I made over here? Okay, at least it doesn't reset that. Pixie. come on. Okay, I guess, guess you can't do that until they're gone or whatever. No treasure for me. Wait, what if I wait till it's all the way over there? Let's see. No. As soon as I go down, it instantly triggers them. Hey, John. How's it going? No treasure. Oh, he's dead. Power bread. To her, I guess. Yeah, it's a great series of games. There's definitely some quality of life stuff that could have improved it a lot. Like, it's kind of annoying, like, the amount of backtracking you have to do. And, you know, for battles, if you target something that's already dead, you don't auto-target. This is the second one. Golden Sun 1 and 2 are pretty much two halves of one game. So you get to the end of the first one, you're like, you basically get a to be continued, which is kind of bullshit. This is the continuation. You're basically playing a different team though, so you can import your save from the first game, but you're I guess I could just go on this way. So you can import your save from the first game, but you don't get access to that party until much later in the game. I don't know what point we get them, but probably around the point where these guys hit level 30. That's the level that my other guys were. I'm gonna kill the puppy. Too slow. Okay, so we have to put him on the other side. Wasn't sure which side to put him. Well, I know well, there's different levels you can import. There's like the bronze, silver, and gold levels. So the gold level transfers your levels, your Jinn that you found, character stats, items, coins, basically everything. It's like a 6-page password. That's what I imported. 6 pages of password. 8 times 4 characters per page. Silver, which is like 2 pages, just transfers your levels and your Jinn and your character stats. with basically everything except for your items. So just transferring your items in your gold makes a significant increase in terms of the transfer things. And of course, bronze just does everything except for the stats, just your levels and Jin. So you don't have to import them. And again, it doesn't have any effect on the story up to this point, as far as I'm aware. I don't know if it does anything, but the fact that you can actually enter it, like you can update it, if you will, means you can actually transfer it at any point until, I guess, the point where the parties meet up. Once the party meets up, I'm assuming at that point you can't update it, because that would make no sense, right? Stone. This game definitely gives you way too many funkin' items, though. Water Essence Crystal. Forgeable. I guess we can forge weapons. So many more friggin' crap in our inventory. Our extremely limited inventory. How do we... Can't move this. Yeah, I mean they clearly designed this to be a two-part game, considering they made a password system in the first game because they knew that you'd be importing this stuff to the second game. Yeah, exactly. They do have like a game link option, which I could have figured out how to use. Like I didn't bother really checking, but Gar's an intruder. Wait, who said that? Someone's trying to pass. To arms, Kimbumbo warriors to arms. How did he? Who saw us? It's like literally nobody there. Okay, that resets the dog. Get it? Rough. Stylist, thanks so much for the 10 months. Awesome support. How is it going? Welcome to pain. I don't know who moved this pillar back up, but I mean, I guess I should be thankful. How is it going today? Just, I can trap the dog in the other position now. Just literally land out on that dog's head. That's funny. Dog is dead now. What am I supposed to do with this thing? Oh, maybe earthquake? Tremor. This would just distract the dog, I guess. He's in between seat cushions, oh no. He just alerts the guards. God loves stealth sections in games. This game offers you the ability of saving anywhere you want, so I'll take it. Ow. You remember nothing. Yeah, it's a pretty forgettable game. I mean, I pretty much forgot everything about the first game when I played this one, so it's not very memorable. It's a fun game, but not very memorable. Yeah. None. Hey, Saber for White. How's it going? Guys. Well, play for tomorrow. Yeah. No, let's not do that. Not every game has to be a gacha, Gargrimmer. Some assassins. Jesus. I'm gonna get rid of that whip thing, because this thing that she has pretty shitty like stats. Yeah, pretty much, right? This Felix, Jenna, and Sheba. Obviously. Part of the thing too is you can kind of customize the characters how you want. So, I mean, you could just... no character has like a special... I mean, I guess Sheba is more wind-based because she gets like the mind read and the reveal thing, but... Golden Sun game on the shelf. It's close enough of a collab. Ooh. Another? Oh, that's a win-win. I was gonna say, is that another water one? Like, fuck. Still missing... Like, it feels like we're really missing an earth one at this point. Yeah, that's another wind one. And there's another fire one in that village. We just have to figure out how to get it. I mean, where the hell are all the earth ones? Raise her HP, her PP, raise her agility, lowers her defense and luck, but Gives her like a lot more. Just protect and guard as a swordsman. It's flare storm, flare wall, flare. Oh. Let's do it. Okay, we need growth. We have. How do we get down there, though? Yeah, there's a little too much backtracking is probably the biggest problem, I think. Aw. Fuck my synergy, how rude. Let's revive. Flash, cutting edge, thorn, briar. Fly. It's like cure, but different. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, if the gameplay is fun, people could remember and like nostalgia for the gameplay, but might not remember the actual story too well. Okay, so I probably need frost in order to get up there. Like literally a puddle of water, and I can't like walk through it. What would even freezing this do? I guess it would just let us move from here to here. Poisoned. It's the first time we got poisoned in the game. Does poison stay after battle? It does, alright. Luckily we can cure it. It's a really long, fancy sound effect for curing poison. Exactly. I mean, this game could definitely use a remaster, like on Switch. You wouldn't need to change the graphics, just like port this game as it is on Switch. I'm sure people would be happy. Don't need to like upscale the graphics, make it look like a friggin' mobile port or something. Yeah, let's write down that we need frost here. Bobo Mountains. Well, that's what I mean. Like, they're already Nintendo's wheel well, right? I mean, Nintendo could easily just have them just throw together a remaster of this game. Wouldn't be that hard for them to do. Yeah, those pixies got ripped apart in that spell. Alright. I mean, there's not really much we could do here other than just go over here. Could be another... Always potential of having another Djinn hanging around, but... Considering so far in the entirety of this, like, this area here... We've only found, like, 3. I'd be very surprised if there's another one shortly after the other one we found over here. Nighttime. It's like a fancy place. Maybe that's where we use our game tickets. Found in Vegas. No encounters around here? What? Because like it kind of went dark. They're like, well, we didn't really make a background that's like dark nighttime, so let's just turn off encounters. Down there or anything? Yeah, I didn't try going that way. Something on that. Okay, we obviously need a ship to get there. Engine. So far, most of the places I found gins were either like in or around forests, so I imagine there's like just nothing like this here. I mean, there's this little tiny forest here, but every spawn so far has been like near a big forest. Like we found one gin in this forest here, well, this spawn here, I mean, I guess there was a forest. I mean, maybe it could have spawned up here. We just found it. Was it here? Yeah, I think it was around here. There's like a little forest down here too, but which doesn't show on the map. There's also a bigger forest here, so maybe I could have found it anywhere in this area here. And then the third one was over here in this forest. So far forests seem to be... I'm not sure if it's a requirement, but... 3 of the 3 we found so far were near forests. Oh yeah, I mean, obviously for like a remaster or whatever, I mean, it would be easy for them to do. In terms of like a new Golden Sun, didn't they already express interest that they wanted to do it? They just, you know, weren't really given the opportunity. Like, who knows, maybe they're working on one in the background, we're not aware of it. This game loves its rivers. Kibombo. Let's just throw a torch in front of the inn. Can't go in here, we threw a torch in front of it. Great Gambomba's mouth isn't open. Akafubu must not yet be true, witch doctor. Yep. Mirror sports forever. I feel so much excitement. At last the great Gabombo recognized Akafubu's strength. Lucky Pepper. Well, no, I mean, Nintendo usually doesn't announce it unless it's like pretty far along the way. They wouldn't announce like, hey, yeah, we're making a game that's gonna be coming out in 5 years. You know what I mean? They would definitely have to have some progress in it before Nintendo makes any sort of announcement. They're not like, hey, support us on Kickstarter. You know what I mean? The Akafubu ceremony is set to begin soon. I wonder if he'll succeed this time. I mean, obviously they've done that with some games, but... Is writer and the other director for Golden Sun? Yeah, so... The talent's already is still there. It's strange that Akafubu decided to try again tonight. What bolstered his confidence? Putting these torches this close to like a straw roof seems like a really bad idea. Akafubu blames his failures on the jewelry he originally used. He claims it was no good. That's why he led a team of soldiers to find a new one. He attacked in the town to get the jewel he needed. Hope no one was injured. Akafubu was a good man when he was training with Oiya. After Oiya died, Akafubu was simply no longer the same. Akafubu has not yet attained the magical skill that Oiya possessed. Worried for the future if Akafubu's character is as weak as his magic. If all these people are here, who's drumming the drums? I'm afraid of what Akafubu will do when he fails the ceremony a second time. When he fails the ceremony, Akafubu gets so angry. Oh, he doesn't turn his anger on me. I'm afraid of his powerful magic. Akafubu is attempting the ceremony again tonight. Oiya performed the same ceremony with no problems, was holding Akafubu back. Oiya's sudden death brought pressure and responsibility on Akafubu well before his time. The Gambomba is angered, his eyes glow with rage, and fire shoots out of his mouth. Hope Akafubu hasn't angered the great Gambomba. I would be sorry to see him die like that. Hey, no pushing. You're not going to get any closer with all these people packed in here. So many people here. If I wanted to see the ceremony, I'd have to climb the posts. The great Gambomba likes the jewel. His mouth will open, and his tongue will stick out. It sounds weird, but it's the sign that Gambomba accepts the offering. The great Gambomba actually moves and sticks out his tongue. I might just faint. I hope the great Gambomba is satisfied by Akafubu's jewel and opens his mouth this time. If the great Gambomba opens his mouth, he will have acknowledged Akafubu's power. If the great Gambomba accepts the jewel, the door will open. It's making the jewel float with his power of the mind all there is to it. I would have thought a ceremony would have required a little more effort. Yeah, you know, just all he has to do is like use telekinesis. I mean, geez, it's such a low-effort ceremony. Failed so many times already. Same thing happen again if he tries it another time. Akafubu's tried this before, but he has always failed. And it is different though. With this new gem, he might succeed. As a child, Akafubu was every bit as horrible. Always cried when he had to share his toys. When he was good, he was very, very good, but when he was bad, he was awful. The Mexican buffet. Salsa and chips for everyone. Bring some tacos. During the last ceremony, Akafubu made the jewel float in the air, but the mouth of the great Gambomba did not open. Gambomba is supposed to open his mouth if Akafubu is worthy. Akafubu looks confident tonight. I think he might just succeed this time. Alright, how do we get up here? path up somewhere? Right here. Oh my, I've heard of the ceremonies like these. Foreign deities are so frightening. Welcome, wanderers. What aid do you seek? I wonder if a man in my position should really be in a place like this. He who is with the witch doctor Kimbombo holds the most revered office in our whole town. If only Oea had taught his magic to someone else. If he had another pupil, this would be more easily, or this would go more easily on poor Akafubu. He would not be alone. Dance, Zero Dine, dance! Going any further without freeze. No. Go on the roof. It's the only place you actually can go on the roof. At last, the sacred night has come. Where's his nose? Wasn't there one of those stones in what town was that? One of the two towns we saw, there was like one of these stones. Tonight, Akafubu becomes Kimbombo's new witch doctor. All of you, pray in the depths of your hearts for my success. I guess it was the same town where he grabbed this one. Tumble, yep. Rumble and tumble. Looks like the initiation ceremony is beginning. Not sure what will happen, but we better hurry, Felix. Who are you? What are your intentions? Looks like Piers has already forgotten about us, huh? I know, he must be... We met Piers when he was in jail. It's not like he had a lot of visitors, either. Wait a second, I know you. You're the travelers who came seeking me when I was in jail. So you do remember. What are you doing in this place? Actually, it's what we wanted to ask you. We're worried about you, Piers. We followed you here. And that's what brings you to this dangerous place? What's that supposed to mean? I came here to help you, Piers. Why are you being like that about it? Tell me something. Exactly when did I ask you for your help? Silence. I should not present our jewel to the great Gambomba. Lift. It's an ability that's not in the manual. Oh, great Gambomba, please accept this, our humble gift. Please, great Gambomba, accept this jewel. Look, the great Gambomba has noticed the light of the jewel. Why, great Gambomba? Your prayers were weak. Open your hearts to the great Gambomba. Sing your praises and dance to the great Gambomba until your prayers reach his ears. Akafubu is no witch doctor, he is an adept. I may have to confront him to get my orb back. I may have to fight. I will do whatever it takes, but I will have my black orb back again. It's no use, we can't get to Akafubu from here. This won't work either. What are we going to do? We can't get over there. Piers is in trouble. Shouldn't we try to help him? Maybe we could do something with that stump. We could reach the backside of Gambomba. Gotta help Piers, right, Felix? Nah. What's all this now, Felix? Is it too much to ask the help peers in a time of need? Fine. Power. Was that psi energy? Nah. Please, don't try to complicate things by lying. It must have been psi energy. I should have spotted it at once. You're adepts. Wait, does that mean you're... Yes, my name is Piers, and I too am an adept. To be honest, everyone in Lemuria is an adept, not just me. What's Lemuria? Lemuria is an island that lies in the center of the Eastern Sea. Wait a second, you said Lemuria? I've heard of that name before. Of course, it was Lord Babby. He often spoke of me in Lemuria. He said it was so advanced that we can scarcely begin to imagine what it must have been like. You were correct. My home was and is all that you say. However, whoever told you this knows much of Lemuria. But wait, what if it's so far away in the middle of the ocean? How come anyone knows so much about it? It's not easily reached, and we Lemurians seldom leave. I cannot imagine how anyone would have learned anything at all about us. Except, hold on a moment, Babby. I've heard that name somewhere before. Well, yeah, everyone knows about Lord Babby. He's the ruler of Tolby. I've never heard of Tolby until recently. I had never left my home in Lemuria. Piers, are you just playing games with us? Don't be foolish. What would I gain from lying to you? I'm being quite serious. This is not playing games, Jenna. You can trust him. Thank you for believing in me, Master Sage. Please, call me Kraden, Piers of Lemuria. I am the one who should be thanking you. You look puzzled, Felix. You're probably wondering what I'm talking about. No, I totally know what you're talking about. Oh good, then I probably don't need to tell you. Wait, just because my brother knows what you're talking about doesn't mean we do. Tell us. What Babby told me is true. Lemuria is all that remains of once great civilization. Your friend is correct. In fact, the reason I was sent to Vale is somewhat related to my inability to find Lemuria itself. I don't understand. What was in Vale that had anything to do with Lemuria? Babby believed that in Lemuria alone, the power of alchemy remains unbound. Lord Babby had need of Lemuria's alchemy, but despite of our effort, we could not find the lost city. Since we could not find Lemuria, Lord Babby sent me to unlock the secrets of alchemy myself. Ah yes, Babby. If I recall correctly, a man named Babby came to Lemuria long ago. He stole one of our ships and fled the isle. Yes, that must indeed be the Lord Babby we know that leads the people of Tolby. I'm even more confused. This is making my head hurt. I mean, if Babby really stole a ship from your home, why would he be trying so hard to find it again? I can't expect you to understand, my dear. Lord Babby's reasons for finding Lemuria are complex. Those guys are like still cheering over there, trying to get that idol to let them in. But if he already found Lemuria once, why doesn't he just go back the same way? Once you have left Lemuria, finding it again is quite difficult, even if you know where to look. Well, why? The waters around Lemuria are wrapped in a perpetual fog. It is very difficult to navigate. I remember Lord Babby once saying something to that effect. If one locates Lemuria, getting through the fog itself remains quite a challenge. I don't get it. Why can't you just sail straight through it? Ocean currents around Lemuria are swift and treacherous. Only one who can sail a Lemurian ship can complete the journey. But Babby stole a Lemurian ship from you, right? That means that he can sail it. You said yourself that he used it to flee the island. Unfortunately, Babby was the only one of us who could use the ship. You see, Lemurian ships can only be helmed by adepts. Which is why I have to get my black orb back. I must be able to captain my ship. There may be something up ahead on this path. Then let's go. Wait a moment, Piers. I want to help you get your orb back. You intend to help me, Kraden? I'm on this quest for many reasons. One of them is being that I wish to see Lemuria. It would allow me, that is, I'd like to visit Lemuria myself. Is this something that you would do for Babby? Then I cannot permit it. What? Why not? Babby is a thief. He is not well loved in Lemuria. It is partially on behalf of Babby, but there is more to it than that. I want to go to Lemuria so I can see the full power of alchemy. I want to aid Piers so that he will take us to Lemuria. What do you say, Felix? Nah. Why, Felix? Why? Please, we simply have to. What's the matter with you, Felix? I don't see why we can't help Piers. Yeah, I'm with Jenna on this one. What the hell? Poor Felix. I appreciate your offer, but... I understand, Piers. You're not sure if you'll be able to take us to Lemuria. Is that it? Can't we talk about this later? Yes, of course. For now, let's just go back, get that orb back for Piers. Hooray! Okay, there we go. So yeah, so he does come with two water ones. So now we're really behind in the earth ones. It really feels like we must have missed one, at least one, no more at this point. Alright, so now we should have frozen... Well, not yet, I guess. We have douse. How come he doesn't have frozen? I guess because it unshared the... I gotta trade these. So let's trade this. Set that. Give him one of these. It doesn't give him anything new. I do like the abilities he has with this current form. Agility up. This is PP up. Attack up. The most important thing is we get a new inventory. Two healers now too, which is nice. A rare burger? I don't know if I'd eat a burger rare. Depending on the place too. I mean, if it's a place that really knows what they're doing, maybe, but... It's just like raw meat between some buns. Just sitting right under it. Mistakes were made. Oh, is it one of those like stupid like things where they put them in alphabetical order instead of like actual, you know, order of like actual cookedness? It's like a dig spot there. What? Get down the thicket. That sucks. Nani? Okay, what the hell's the point of that? You see, have some fries, yeah. That sucks, though. Can I douse this? What does douse do exactly? Trimmer? New music. How? Maybe I shouldn't have everybody attacking the same dude. Yeah. How? Seems dangerous. Seems very dangerous. Time for a maze. Hooray! Mimic! We're fooled! Got a hard nut. Let's give her some defense. Alright, it's the hermit crab. So this is good enough. Bone armlet. Used to haunt a foe. So she gets 24. She gets 13. Or not. So when she gets 14, she gets 13. Give to her. How? Just how? Seems safe. Doomsayer. Doom! What sayest thou? Doom! I know, right? That side is so small. Aww. So he keeps yelling, how? How is this possible? I have to, like, time this at just the perfect time. To do. It's a very strong rope, it just stopped the gear completely. Stopped everything completely. We're a demon. Yeah, the enemy's definitely got tankier now that we got the fourth party member. Yeah. Wee. Death Head. Finally got an Earth one. Let's see if this is number 3. I'm hoping it's number 3. Because we're really behind with Earth ones. Wee. How do I get there? I know, right? It's a big ass screw. I can see if we were shrunk down or something, but I mean, you can jump off of this thing. One thing you can think of is we fall from above. It's gotta be like a crack thing above. Let's just fall down here. And what level did Piers come in at? I didn't even notice. Was he like level appropriate? He's a couple levels below. So we're level 20 now, so considering our other team is level 30, that means in like 10-ish levels, we're probably gonna start encountering the other team, maybe? Unless they're gonna be like severely under-leveled by the time we meet them, but I imagine they're gonna be around the same level. Squeak. It's basically just to show you that, yeah, you can jump from that middle one to the big one. Thanks, game. Did I do that upstairs, I wonder? I can't jump from it on this side, can I? Yeah, 'cause... I guess last time you're ever gonna order a rare burger. Those guys are probably wondering, like, who the hell orders burgers rare? Oh, whatever. It says rare here. I'm gonna make it rare. Customer's always right. Yeah, didn't have to spend any time on the oven. Slap that patty right on a bun. It's ready to go. Oh, you can go right here. So. Whee! Yeah. Alright, we can go downstairs just to see if there's something like this I could do downstairs to get that gin. So I don't see any path down from here. Nope. I mean, it feels like I'd have to be on that red thing and then just use the... I can't climb on that red thing, can I? I definitely have to somehow activate that rope. Like, that seems the only way of getting over to this thing. Can't do anything with this one here. If I could somehow go on top of this thing, I could probably, like, walk over and grab it, but... doesn't seem to be a thing. The lash definitely doesn't reach that far. Only thing I can think of is we do something similar to what we did downstairs where we stop the gears. It just stops every gear. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Good. Went the right way first. Oh, freaking elixir. Could have gone the other way. Never gonna use these elixirs. Clogging up my inventory forever. Vital moon. Ow. Raining hard. It's a very fancy, colorful gear. Do this on both sides, don't I? Was there another way down from the top? Wow, it is coming down hard. Hopefully we don't lose power. My internet connection suddenly drops, you'll know why. Okay, so we can definitely affect the gear directly because it does have like it is affected by our magic here. Maybe we have to use Tremor, but we have to get rid of both these pillars. So I'm trying to remember if there was a split path at the top and let us go one way or the other. Probably. Alright, let's go all the way back up. Medusa heads, yeah. Totally some Castlevania enemies. Wait, how do we... Can we go on top of this one? No? Huh. Go up this way. You know, jumping over these gap things is one of those things that just... Every time I have to do it, I'm always like, oh shit, that's right, I can just jump over these little one-step gaps. I just don't spot it when I'm trying to do these puzzles. Because it's such an uncommon thing in games to be able to, like, jump. In RPGs, I should say. It's so weird. Throws me up every time. Nice. Got the right one on the first try. Alright. What just happened? I did just like reverse the gears. That would probably work too, I guess. Yeah, right. All these freaking exposed gears everywhere. OSHA would have a field day in this place. Shut the place down real quick. Thunder. Was he upstairs? I think it was upstairs. No, it was. That's probably where we need to go. Is that little stairs there? It was downstairs. One more, I think. Gears and different. No, didn't seem to change anything up here. Right? Yeah, nothing. Nothing seemed to change here. Definitely have to come from the top somehow. Because we can't get on top of this one. Definitely feels like we need to somehow get on top of this one. Can we go on top of these gears now? Yeah, these are kind of going the opposite way now. Maybe that's what we need. There we go. That worked. Let's kick his ass. We need one earth one. Easy. Alright, let's see if these number 3 or these number 4. It definitely feels like it's been a while since I've run Earth one, so I have a bad feeling I missed one somewhere. Oh, I didn't. Nice. So we're just like really ahead for the water ones. I guess because, well, we did have 2 that came with piers, so if it wasn't for those 2 that came with piers, we'd actually be even across the board now for Jin, which is good. Goes from Witch to Brute. She gets Planet Diver, Blast, Nova, Haunt. So this is a bit of HP, a lot of PP. Gains a bunch of attack. This is a bit of agility and defense. We can give it to him. His healing abilities. Give it to her. So what did I lose here? I lose all the lightning stuff. Get some cures, bolts, nothing great. Get Froth Sphere. Lose all the freezing ones, which I kind of need to do a bunch of stuff. Get a lot of PP though, and it gains some agility. Lose a bunch of HP. I think it's best to keep it with her. She seems to get the, in terms of the actual attacks, like the PP attacks. I mean, Nova's probably pretty strong. Planet Diver sounds badass. It kind of sucks that she loses a bunch of stats, though. Whatever. Definitely gets a lot of attack. 169. Nice. Siphons a foe's HP with a kiss. Give that to Finn. Or to Felix. Yep. Felix's sister, though, so... guess Sheba's gotta be the love interest for Felix or something. Good amount of extra damage anyways. Game of Thrones, yeah. Gotta keep it in the family. Great. I want to take these other stairs over here, don't I? Yeah, no, these are reversed. Focus your energies. It's a puzzle. Everyone, look over here. That's a close-up. Let's not present our jewel to the Great Gabumba. Took him like an hour to do this again. Oh, Great Gabumba, please accept this, our humble gift. Please, Great Gabumba, accept this jewel. Look, the Great Gabumba has noticed the light of the jewel. We're still not pleased. Let's try one more time. No, this time it seemed like he almost might. We must continue. Drums, more drums. Oh, so this is how it works. It's been failing because the conduit of that channel has psi energy is broken. We should reconnect the conduit so I can complete the ceremony. No. I agree, Felix. We should be helpless pack of thieves. Piers, I understand that you're angry at them, but it really is in your best interest to help. Think about it, Piers. Akafubu stole the old Soli to perform the ceremony. So what do you think he intends to do to the orb? He means to give it to the Great Gabumba. Oh, so if the ceremony succeeds, the orb will be taken to the statue. And we're inside the statue. If the ceremony succeeds, we can go find the orb. I don't want to help the Akafubu, but I don't like the idea of helping any more than you do, but we can end this without a fight. No, I like fighting. You're right, Sheba. Let's see if we can help him finish this little ceremony. Looks like the energy charge is supposed to run over these blocks. If we could just move these around a little bit, it might be enough to complete the circuit. Oh, there we go. These panels have arrows on them. What do you think it all means? Look at the directions they point. I bet these will rotate the blocks. But how do we set the blocks back in place? Just pound them in. Won't that do the trick? We must watch the path his energy takes and move the blocks accordingly. Oh, the magic of the power of the Witch Doctor fills my body. At the count of 20, I shall present the jewel to the Great Gabumba. Make your hearts as one and dance with the Great Gabumba. These guys are think they would give up at certain points. What if I... Okay. Oops. I need to rotate this a few times. And then it goes up, and then over. Yeah. The blue one goes that way. Yeah, that should work. Two don't matter. It's a long 20 seconds, by the way. Great Kabomba, please accept this, our humble gift. Staring to our souls. Oh, the Great Kabomba has responded to our gift. It's a hell of a tongue. Did you see it, people? It looks like a really creepy... It's like, ha 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 ha. At last, the Great Kabomba accepts me. I shall answer his call. I shall enter the Great Kabomba. Wait for me, my people. The black orb, where is it? I saw it roll in there. It came through and rolled along this groove in the floor. Vanished into that hole. Looks pretty deep. Can you see it? Do you think we can reach it? No, I can't even see it. It's no use. Now I'll never see Lemuria again. I'm lost forever from my homeland. Wait, hold on. I can see the light on the other side of the hole. A light? There must be a room on the other side of the statue. Who are you? You kill Missy. What are you doing here? Are you Kimbobo? Sure. What? You take me for a naive fool. We've come to reclaim the black orb you stole. You really believe I would permit you to take it? Hey, watch it. You wouldn't even be here if it weren't for us. What's that supposed to mean? Why should I believe you? I'm Akafubu, the chosen witch doctor of Kimbobo. Yeah, we know. We saw your magic energy flowing past us. See how this channel runs along the floor? Here, look. It runs all the way over there. But the thing is, the circuit was broken right there. So we completed the circuit so your magic energy could go where it needed to go. But you truly did this, and why? Why did you help me? Oh, because the puzzle was there, therefore we needed to do it? We're sort of hoping that that we could take the orb if your ceremony succeeded. Oh, so you have taken the orb. Then be gone. You have no further business here. But we didn't get the orb. It rolled through this groove and right through this hole. We saw a light right through there, so we suspect it might be another room behind the wall. We might be able to retrieve the orb. Do you think Akafubu will really return the orb to us? Nope. I think Jenna's right. It sounds like he's going to return what he has stolen. I thought Akafubu was an evil man, but I guess we were wrong. You never tell, Sheba. We have little choice but to trust that he will return it. Come on. Let's go, Felix. Yep, the game forced me to. That's why. And we're just in this futuristic elevator. Doesn't have any gears or anything. We've got some of these weird door thingies. Maybe we'll get the key that we need to open those doors. Have we found the other dungeon? I followed Oya's instructions and entered the final chamber. They told me that if I reach this chamber, I would become Kimbombo's witch doctor. What must I do here to become a witch doctor? I do not know. The black orb rests in the hands of the statue before you. Go on, take it. Oh, young witch doctor, you have succeeded in your task. You have found this chamber. Who speaks? It sounds like it was with the statue of the Great Gabomba. That's ridiculous. Akafubu, your magic has grown strong. At last you are worthy of the title Witch Doctor. I gave you the feathers and gown that are badges of your office. Akafubu, from this day forward you shall be Kimbombo's Witch Doctor. I've done it. I finally earned the right to be a Witch Doctor. At last. Yes. Don't forget this treasure. Oh, wait. He's gone. There remains one thing for me to give you. Akafubu, you hasty fool. I had something else to give you, and in your haste you left too soon. You dumbass. Say, you there. Take his treasure instead. Yes, you looking around there. I have magic for Akafubu, magic that he will soon need, but he is not ready for it. As a result, I have decided that I shall not pass this magic on to anyone just yet. Tell this to Akafubu. He desires new magic, he must earn it himself. Aw, I wanted it. If Akafubu did not refine his magical arts, then he will never earn this new power. I love how I was literally about to give it to him, and it's like, oh wait, he's gone, alright, nope. Yoink. Well, it's assumed that the puzzle probably doesn't break. It just happens that in this time it probably like worn down, so it broke in that one spot like she pointed out there. So that's why, you know, he wasn't able to set it off. All the previous witch doctors had no trouble. His power shall not be realized until he ceases living only for himself, and instead lives his life to benefit others. Tell him so. I don't suppose you could just give the magic to us? What do you mean? I'm just asking if maybe we could earn the magic for Akafubu. Power can be claimed by another, but only if Akafubu lacks the will to earn it himself. Aha, so we can get it. Perhaps if he must compete for his power, he will focus and take his office seriously. But before you do this thing, you must convey to Akafubu all I have told you. Ah, of course. We wouldn't dream of cheating him. We will tell him everything you have told us. Follow that path, and you will find a cavern. But now I shall sleep. Until the time comes, I must anoint a new witch doctor. Okay, let's go get Pierre's precious orb. Black crystal. Hey, Eternally Blue TV. Well, thank you for watching them. Plunger 2. It's one of those games that, I don't know, a lot of people don't seem to enjoy, but if anything, I probably liked it more than the first one, because I was not a big fan of the first game because of the isometric platforming in that one, and the game just kept going forever and ever. It just felt like it was just a lot of padding. A 13-hour stream today? Probably not, Nico. Probably not. I work tomorrow, so... Do you have any idea exactly what this Great Gabomba really is? Not at all. You don't understand either? Then I do not feel quite so foolish. Well, doesn't this witch doctor's magic seem unlike some kind of synergy? Wouldn't it be quite fortunate if we were to get our hands on the power ourselves? It would be fortunate. Oh, you didn't need that much convincing at all, did you, Felix? I need to remind you, but we're going to need every kind of synergy we can muster to complete this quest. Either way, Felix, we are at the very least obligated to deliver Gamumba's message. We must fulfill our promise to Gamumba. Then maybe we can come back and set Gamumba's statue some other time to get it. Are we supposed to go down this cavern thing? Felix carried the message of the Gamumba to Akafubu. By the time Felix finished his story, dawn had broken. Apparently all the color drained too. Right, well, I guess that's that. You're virtuous men coming here to deliver this message. My son and I thank you. What do we have to be thankful of? If it had just stopped me from leaving the Great Gamumba, this wouldn't have happened. What? If you had been more interested in your duty, you would not have left so quickly. But father, these people are trying to steal the magic out of our people. It should be mine. Mine, I tell you, that power belongs to me. I'm gonna be the one to get the Great Gamumba's magic, you'll see. My son, you have much to learn. He may look like a man, but before me he acts like a child. See how he behaves when he gets excited? No matter what I say, he won't listen to me right now. I think that he has had enough for today. I see your point. Well, I suppose we should be leaving then. After all, our journey has just begun. We cannot remain idle much longer. When he became a witch doctor, Akafubu had no more reason to focus himself. It's good now that he has a new goal. He'll have to work hard to earn the Great Gamumba's magic. I'm gonna be the one to get Gamumba's magic, you'll see. Dang, why did I have to leave that stupid room so quickly? Stupid Akafubu. You dumbass. Kimbombo's peace is restored now that the ceremony has reached its end. Now the fate of Kimbombo's people depends on how Akafubu leads them. I can't believe Akafubu would change simply because he completed the ceremony. Let's go get some shit. Got a frost wand. Expensive as hell. Let's get him out of damage. Downgrade for everybody else. I'm really tempted to sell this thing. You know, I'm gonna sell this whip. I'm sure I can buy it again at some point. This mysterious card. Always bite back. Really more. Battle Mace. Felix reminds you of Sid from Suikoden 2. No new goodies. Good chainmail. Downgrade. It's already wearing it. Regular shield. Downgrade. Already wearing it. Gauntlets. A little better in this iron shield. Garcia. Picard. Yeah, I can see why they would rename Picard. It's like, might get like a lawsuit from, you know, from Paramount or something. Not that, you know, I don't know, can you copyright like a name like Picard? I mean, I'm sure it's like an actual name, just everybody kind of ties it to Captain Picard. As I sell in the shop are the ones we do not use in Kimbombo. You find it strange that I do not sell the weapons we make here, don't you? Our warriors appeared so strong because of their deadly poison on their spears. In a war of Kimbombo, spears would make a powerful ally. The only defenses we Kimbombo need are our shields and our war paint. Warriors think armor's for cowards. But here, we're gonna sell armor at our shop because, you know, reasons. Our paint is infused with the Witch Doctor's magic. We're safe from attacks. But opt for paint in any battle, no matter how much iron my enemy wore. All they wear in battle is paint. I'm sorry, but the Kimbombo Spearhead poison is a tribal secret only used for hunting. Can't let outsiders have it because they might try to turn towards evil uses. I had a coin for every time some stranger came up and asked me to sell them poison. Only they'd let me sell it. I can make millions. Seems like weapons are the only thing that they ever get like as a new rarity. You can buy nuts now. If you're looking for the treasure, look west of the river. The rocky peaks there, called the belly of the continent. Great treasure hides there. Sure, legend speaks of much treasure, but no one ever seems to have found it. Talk about treasure, we need to revisit a lot of places with this freeze ability now. Each year when the rain stops, our warriors look for treasure at the belly of the continent. Maybe the belly is hidden, so the treasure is also. I do not know, but they all return empty-handed. I wonder what Oya meant when he said our magic is deeply tied to the belly of the continent. Oh, I smell something delectable. We'll be eating some good meat soon. You don't think anyone will notice if I sneak a little nibble while I'm cooking, do you? Meat. Good old meat. I love meat. Can't wait till we get some. Meat, meat, meat. The smell of sauce for the fire is making me so hungry. How long until we can eat it? We get to eat normal animals again. They taste so much better than those monsters we've had. Lately, the monsters have been increasing. The animals are becoming more and more scarce. That's why everyone's so excited we have the nice normal steaks tonight. Looks like there are fewer warriors in Kimbombo now, huh? No. I couldn't tell. I thought you might have been a little more observant, but oh well. Our warriors were just local farm boys. Now that he's the witch doctor, Akafubu let them all return to their farming work. Covering our warriors in paint makes them scarier, and it makes them more intimidating. Most of our warriors aren't that strong, so they use every trick they can. Akafubu has finally completed his ceremony, and things are starting to come down. Maybe now our warriors can set aside their spears and return to their peaceful lives. Everyone was terribly worried about Akafubu's ceremony. We're all believe it's over now. Great Gabomba's mouth will remain open until Akafubu has earned his gift of the Gabomba. Maybe I ought to sneak in there and look around while I have the chance. I want to look inside the Great Gabomba at least once. I suppose just peeking will get me cursed, do you? This will make a great emote. It's the Gabomba's face. The stun sticking in it. Another like leer, another like lewd emote. Bum, bum, bum. And where's a sword when we need it? Can collect a whole bunch of rupees here. The only thing that looks special is this little spot here. The fact that it just bounced off there. It's definitely a sprite because my hand there was kind of going through it, so it's conveniently gray. So when you use like an ability that doesn't light up, although it does change color here, so. Food porn. Talking about food porn, I gotta get some food after this. My stomach's been grumbling. It's good. Some chicken curry, yeah. It's delicious. Oh, 21 Defender. Doesn't look like there's anything I can do here yet. Can't talk to the statue anymore. Can we read its mind? Oh no, you're in trouble now. Nope, nothing that we can do right now does anything, so yeah, probably can't do anything until what's his face just smartens up, I guess. Well, we got a lot of places to revisit anyways with Frost, so can we take this thing? See what's up there. How do we get there again? It's like a path over here somewhere, right? Now that Akafubu is our new witch doctor, we shall embark on a path of peace. Neighboring villages have no reason to fear our warriors any longer. This is a signal fire. We use these to send messages to neighboring villages. These messages set our neighbors' minds at ease. I wonder if I can keep this... I can keep going until another village sees our signal and comes to meet with us. I don't care which village it is, just send a delegation, fast. Hope we douse it. No. I can't remember how long it's been since we've had any guests. Tell you what, you stay at our inn, you can have all the freshly grilled steak you want. Deal. Love Kimbombo's famous barbecue monster steak, extra spicy herb sauce. It's a local treat, it's fun to eat. But it's not nearly as fun as catching the monsters. 48 guns, and better give me free steak for that cost. Slept well. Don't worry about the beds here. We used to have insect problems, but not anymore. Use a special bug powder in our beds. It's quite harmless to humans, I'll bet. Maybe, potentially. The bed makes me itch so badly. It feels like bugs are crawling all over me. Whenever I get itchy, I just rub some of that bug powder all over myself. It's so weird whenever Felix gives a nut to Jenna. Alright, before we go on, all this talk of food made me hungry, so I'm gonna pause the timer for a minute and grab some food, and I will be back in a couple of minutes, so right back.